What is up, people? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing along the Polderbaan with arrivals today. Had a look just now. Seems that one of the 747s is taking a detour, so looks like we'll have one less 747 that we are expecting. For some reason, Cargolux from Miami to Amsterdam is taking a detour, flying towards Greenland. Not sure why. It was flying over here. It was in the vicinity of this airplane first, I think, or this one. So now it is expected around 2:30, taking a detour, polar detour. This one also 2:45. So these two are out of the scope for today's show. This one still is in the scope, expected to arrive 1:30. The Orange Pride is expected around 12:40. And we have Saudia expected before 11. This one is expected between 11 and 11:40, so I'm expecting this one to land on runway 27, which will probably be open by then. This Saudia expected when just Polderbaan is expected to be the only runway in use for arrival. So 1, 2, 3 747s expected. The Orange Pride, the PH BKA, the 787-10 Dreamliner 100-year special livery is also expected. Emirates flying late today, expected around 2 o'clock. Whether or not it is going to land on Polderbaan remains to be seen. In this case, I'm hoping it will delay a few minutes so that it will, it is expected to arrive just after 2 o'clock, because then Polderbaan will be the only runway in use for arrivals. With crosswind blowing, the wind is blowing perpendicularly with 12 knots, 4/4. We have few clouds at 2,000 feet, few clouds at 1,700 feet, some towering cumulus clouds. It is 18 degrees C, no significant changes expected. So yeah, that is the current status quo. Wind today, later, is expected to turn to the northwest, so I'm expecting arrivals, departures from this runway tonight. However, I don't think that the change will happen during our stream, so I'm expecting inbound traffic only today on the Polderbaan. And this is SAS flight 1553. The first CRJ of the day, arriving from Stockholm. 1 hour and 43 minutes underway. 12-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. The first batch shot of the day as well, courtesy of SAS. Thank you so much. A very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Hope everybody is doing well. As you can see in the background, dark clouds. Big picture wise, this is what it currently looks like. This is looking to the southeast. And this is looking to the east. Bit more opening over here. This is looking directly to the north. And this is directly to the west. This is where the wind is blowing from, so savor this little patch of blue sky, because it doesn't look like better weather is coming. Although later today it is expected to get sunny again. It's just in the morning with a slight chance of some droplets here and there. The firefighters already did their round as I was setting up. They've already returned to the station. You can also see the windsock indicating the wind speed. On the scale of chimney smoke, the wind currently looks like this. And our next airplane is approaching. It is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1352, the PHEXO, returning from Prague, the Czech Republic. Yeah, was going to enable image stabilizer right after this landing. One hour and 12 minutes underway. 7-year-old airplane, first flight June 2017. Russell is looking for something to eat. Meantime, let me enable image stabilizer. Probably best for today. Right. Traffic inbound is coming. In fact, the first A350 of the show will land in less than 10 minutes, I think. There's a PC-12 coming this way. AL67. AL67 Alliance Executive Jets arriving from Blackpool. Wonder if it's going to land on Polderbaan or if it is going to land on runway 22. I think the latter, but I hope the former, of course. Let's see what else is coming. A320 Neo, PA, Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb, A319. Triple 7 from Qatar arriving from Panama. And that PC-12 is continuing towards Schiphol. What altitude is it flying on? Let's see. 6,800 feet and descending. I'm afraid that the clouds are going to be in the way, which were at 1,700 and 2,000 feet, if I recall correctly. It is approaching. It is coming. Somewhere over there. We might hear it. That's probably it. So far, all I'm hearing is the wind, the rustling of the wind, and some birds. It is. Oh, it's approaching a little bit more northerly. What altitude is it flying on right now? 5,500. Yeah, it's still above the clouds. I do hear it now. It's audible, but not visible. Oh well. Such is life. A319 arriving from Zagreb should be approaching the glide slope. Oh, hey. Went to autofocus for Russell. Forgot to put it back into manual mode. There we go. There it is. our first next airplane, Croatia Airlines flight 450 A319, arriving from Zagreb. Now also a big thank you to Sander, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Sander, thank you so much, my friend. You really shouldn't have. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thanks to Sander. Spam us to death with the custom emojis that now are at your disposal. Dankjewel, Sander. Super aardig. Right, the A320 Neo from BA is going to sneak ahead in front of the Chinese A350. So we're going to see 2 narrow bodies and then 2 heavies back to back. Chinese A350 and Qatar 777. First, the A319, and in the bottom left third, you can see the BA A320 Neo arriving from London Heathrow flight 430, turning in. Meanwhile, not only is Russell Crowe here, but Christian Koot is also here. I think Christopher Koot is swimming over there. No, that's a duck. No, that is a Koot. Chris is saying hi. Hi guys. Also on behalf of the Koots. The Chinese A350, also visible, a nice 3 airplane glide slope shot with dramatic cloudy backdrop. How about that? Welcome to the Netherlands. It is summer, in case you were wondering. It is summer, on paper. Hey, altijd leuk Sander, als je een keertje in de buurt bent. We need to think of a new dance. Airplane Dance 2.0. Yeah, summer in the city. Jane says, he's saying you again? Yeah, absolutely me again. You'll need a restraining order to get me to keep me away from here. In the meantime, Croatia Airlines flight 450 A319 returning from Zagreb to Amsterdam, 12-year-old airplane, the 9A CTN. Good morning to everybody who has joined in the meantime. So initially 4 747s of the 5 that were underway and expected to arrive before the A380. I expected that we could see, however one of those is flying a detour, doing a polar route, arriving from Miami, but flying now towards Greenland instead of flying to the east over the Atlantic. So it was expected around 1:45, shortly before the A380, together with another 747 that is still expected around 1:45. However, the one acting strange is now expected past 2 o'clock, past the arrival of the A380. My plan is to stick around until the A380 has landed. I'm hoping, cautiously, for Polderbaan, since it is late and expected around 2 o'clock. But only time will tell. Right, Chinese A350, Qatar 777 in the background. Also, thank you and congratulations to Sander, who just got the permanent contract yesterday after only working the new job for 4.5 months. They must like you then. You must be doing things good. Congratulations, mate. That is nice. Man. Angry looking airplane, angry looking sky. Choina Southern Airlines A350-900, 11 hours and 16 minutes on the way. The airplane is 3 years old. First flight was in March 2021. Oh dear, oh dear. Thanks for the heads up, Bill. Bill says, get the earplugs, Delta A330 soon to arrive. It would be nice if they were to get loud again. They were a bit disappointing last time we were here. Hopefully today they'll revert back to their normal behavior. Next up, Qatar cargo. Flight 8156 arriving from Panama City. 9 hours 43 minutes on the way, 777 freighter. The airplane is 4 years old, first flight November 2019. Hey there QJ. And indeed, as Bill was mentioning already, the next airplane already will be a Delta A330. Saw Fido Kestrel hovering. Oh! If it were Air France, it would have gone around. That looked spectacular. Right, buckle up. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A330-300 today, 7 hours 59 minutes underway. An 8-year-old airplane, first flight May 2016. Let's see and listen, more importantly, if it is going to get loud. Got some glistening lights in the background, and that would be Air France. Air France arriving from Paris, flight 1444, the same flight that went around the other day. Hey there Lee, morning. Drew, morning. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning, or for our viewers down under, good evening. Let's look and listen. Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta. Let's get loud. On that terrible disappointment, let's quickly turn back. Maybe the A321 from Air France will get loud. Maybe it's the narrow bodies that'll save the day today. Mayday, 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 Jean-Yves needs a coffee. Right, Air France flight 1444, up next, A321, arriving from Paris. Paris, Charles de Gaulle, 44 minutes underway. The Vegetat. Let's see, 16-year-old airplane. Flying base now is United, arriving from Washington. Flight 946. Should approach from the left at some point. So, seems to be in the vicinity of Beverwijk still, so I'm not sure if we're going to see them together, the Air France and the United. Now Alex, thank you so much for your super chat, mate. Good to see you live. Us Dutchies need this after we got robbed last night with that penalty. Yeah. I heard about it. Fidel Castro just left of the airplane in the foreground, hovering perfectly still, looking for Pinky and the Brain. Well, it's not loud, but I think it is louder than the Delta. So this is United Airlines flight 946, arriving from Washington. 7878 Dreamliner, somewhere behind it. Turning on to the glide slope should be an easyJet A320 Neo arriving from Prague. Is it lower? Huh, are the clouds in the way? Could that be it? Surely it's not higher, is it? No. My guess is it will appear lower. Well, it should be on the glide slope already. In that case, I think higher. Where is it going to appear? The number 2. Ah, yeah. A little bit higher, almost dead center. All of a sudden it was there. Beautiful. Hey there, Ant. Welcome to the club. Just subbed from Melbourne. A lot of viewers from down under. Welcome all. Sit back and relax. Our first next airplane, United Airlines flight 946, 7878 Dreamliner arriving from Washington, 6 hours and 57 minutes underway, and the airplane is 10 years old. First flight was in December 2013. Absolutely, Lee. Lots of Aussies and Kiwis these days. Welcome one and all. Boy. That's more like it. German Monster says, Goedemorgen boy, please bring some of the wind and temperature over to me in Berlin. Is it that bad over there? So warm? See that Sarah is also back. Welcome back, Sarah. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. All others who've joined in the meantime, morning, evening, good night, whatever time of day it may be for you. Welcome to AMS Live. It is summer over here on paper, though it doesn't look like it. It also doesn't feel like it. I'm standing here with my hoodie on and with my jeans on. The gloves stay off, so guess that's something. And QJ is informing us that the orange pride is expected in an hour and 10 minutes. BKA, the 787-10 with the 100 years livery, is also expected, I think around noon, if I recall correctly. Yeah, and several 747s. Oh, that's a bit warm, German monster. I think we've had one day where in the build near Utrecht the temperature was above 30, so that counts then as a national tropical day. If it gets above 30 C over there. Oh! Yeah, going around. Nice! Are those Air France pilots? Who knows? Could be. Another round on the house. Ooh, Wolfgang also mentions 36.5 yesterday. Whoa. That's too warm. That's too warm. Yeah, well, none of that over here. In fact, tomorrow probably going to rain almost the entire day. This is the trash airplane. It is arriving from Barcelona, TRA8H, flight 5132. Let's see if it's going to go around. Who knows? Might still go around. Let's wait and see. Yeah, it looks like it might go around. Oh wow, 4:27 a.m. Sarah says 75% humidity and 78 degrees F. Let's calculate that back. That is mid-20s or so. Let's see, 78 minus 30. That's 48. 48 divided by 2. Yeah, 24, 25 degrees C. That's still quite warm. I wish we had those temperatures during the day. Next up is an E2 Embraer arriving from Berlin. Bringing some warmth over from Berlin to Amsterdam. Hey Martin, goedemorgen. Seppi, goedemorgen. Halil, goedemorgen. Good morning. Ah, professional Jerry is also here. Says it's 101 F in Utah today. Are those the day temperatures or is that the current night temperature? It's probably the day temperature, right? I should hope. Imagine 100 degrees F. So that's in the 30s C during the night. Hey, Mrs. Professor. Good to see you again. 40C, 104F here yesterday. My God. So global warming is taking place, it's just skipping the Netherlands. Hey Eli, thank you for the congratulations. Right, this is KLM flight 741 arriving from Cartagena in Colombia, 787-10 Dreamliner. easyJet went around, KLM pilots do a small wheelie. See that Andy Q is also back in the chat. Morning. Marky, good morning. Well, we have a few minutes to spare. Let's do another update of the status quo, why don't we? So, first of all, let's have a look at that weather. What's the wind been doing? Let's do a refresh of the METAR. The METAR now says, yeah, wind is almost perpendicular to the runway heading. Hasn't increased, it's decreased in fact. It was 12 knots earlier, now it's 10 knots, so no gusts are reported. Few clouds at 2,000 feet, that's it. Temperature still 18 degrees C. 18 times 2, 36, 66 F over here. Wind expectation for today. The local time over here, as you can see, the wind is changing. Will turn to the northwest with peak in wind speed and gusts around the late morning, and then tapering off as the day progresses. Current runway use, we are standing over here, currently the only runway in use for arrivals. This runway will be used as secondary runway for arrivals, and then this one will close and it's just going to be the Kaagbaan used for departures. Saudia in Dutch airspace will land shortly on Polderbaan expectedly. We have a cargo lux that is coming in and is expected between 11 and 11:40, so I'm expecting that will land on runway 27, which will then be open. The Orange Pride is flying over Northern Ireland and is expected around 12:38 local time. You will find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. Now, we have a 747 Choina and Nagel that is expected around 1:30, and this one is deviating a little bit and is flying now to Greenland to come to Amsterdam, which makes its arrival time past 2 o'clock, which is the expected arrival time of the Emirates A380. Good news, this just a few minutes delay compared with what it was before. If it lands, if its expected time of arrival will be after 2 o'clock, chances increase that it's going to land on Polderbaan, which will be the only runway for arrivals expectedly from 2 p.m. onwards. So if it catches a few more minutes of delay, that will be terrific. Another Atlas Air is expected around 2:45, so these two are out of the scope for today. This one is in the scope, this one is in the scope. Saudia expected around 12:30 will also land on Polderbaan expectedly, because then the only runway will be open for arrivals will be Polderbaan. Yeah, so that's what's in store for us today. Let's quickly go back to the issue at hand, and that is airplanes. In the meantime, I see that Liwe has also joined the chat. Goedemorgen Liwe, good to see you again. Over here we have KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva. 1 hour and 7 minutes underway. E2 Embraer. Right, Liwe, we already had one go around. easyJet still has to land, I think. Let's see, where is it? Oh yeah, it's turning in now. The easyJet having arrived from, or arriving from Prague, now turning in. And that's the one that went around. Meanwhile, as you can see, the clouds are interfering with glide slope visibility somewhat. Bit of a pity. Hopefully that will open up a bit more later as the morning progresses. Also a massive big thank you to Mrs. Professor, who celebrates 10 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support, Mrs. Professor. And she says, congrats on reaching 20k. Thank you so much. Thank you for your congratulations. Thank you for your ongoing support. I hope things are still good in the lounge. I hope the AC is working properly for you guys who are going through a heat wave right now. This is KLM Flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK, 787-10 Dreamliner. I accidentally double-clicked on JFK, so now my flight radar map is hovering over New York. Let's quickly go back to Europe. Zoom in a little bit. There we go. Hadi Patrick, goedemorgen. Iris, goedemorgen. Iris asks, have you ever been to other airports to spot planes? I have, but not to live stream. And Sint Maarten is definitely on my wish list as well. And Skiathos in Greece, which is basically European Sint Maarten. Hey, Carbike Paradise, long time no see. Unfortunately, your country lost yesterday against England. So I've heard. Yeah, well, on to the next sporting event. The Olympic Games start in 2 weeks or so from now. The Tour de France is busy. Wimbledon. Maybe I should also create my own sporting event. The AMS Live bullshit competition or something. 3 airplanes on the glide slope, visible right now. Narrow bodies. The second one is going to be the second attempt at landing of the easyJet A320 Neo that went around just now. First up, KLM Flight 1070, arriving from Southampton. Too late to press on the label to see the flight time right now. What I can tell you is that this airplane is 8 years old and began flying in July 2016. Let's have a look. See if anybody's home. First officer busy. Not getting lost, hopefully. Alrighty. Yeah, we do have a wheelie competition, Jane, on paper, like we do summer over here on paper. It's been a while since Captain Wheelie showed itself. Himself, herself, themselves. Spotting marathon. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to do a 24-hour stream if that's what you're hinting to. That's probably very unhealthy. Right, easyJet A320 Neo arriving from Prague. Let's see how this time round it is handling the landing. Looks silky smooth. Nice. Even. Did they do that on purpose? It looked like they were raising the nose gear. Were they like, hey, is that AMS Live? Let's raise the nose a little bit further. Right, next up, KM Malta, arriving from Malta by the looks of it. Leo already 15 months a member, wow! Thank you so much for your continued support, mate. Time flies when you're having none. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your continued support, mate, and also everything you've been doing ever since you've become a moderator. Hope you still like it, being a member and being a mod. If one of the two is not to your liking anymore, do let me know. Let me see what I can do then. 15 months. Wow. Time does fly, doesn't it? KLM Malta, A320neo up next. We see flying AMS Live logo in the background. That is Air Canada arriving from Montreal. All right. All right. Are they resuming the wheelie competition? Are these practice laps for a resumption of the wheelie competition as of today? Now, in the direction the wind is blowing from, there are a few openings here and there. All is not lost. It's not as grey anymore as it was before. Looking at the clouds that have passed by already, it does look a bit more grim. However, look at the lighting. It looks nice, doesn't it? Air Canada is coming to rob the banks here. This is a stick up. Put your hands up. Do like I do. It is already holding its hands up, or at least above shoulder height. Well, it was, not anymore. Air Canada flight 900. A7879. 9 years old also. First flight was in July 2015. Now, even a little glimpse of where... what was it? I saw outbound traffic, not just heard it, so who knows? Who knows? Right now, Transavia 737 arriving from Ibiza in the foreground, easyJet A320neo arriving from Copenhagen in the background, and a third airplane also arriving from Copenhagen. That would be a KLM 737, now at 7 o'clock of the number 2. Not yet the lights on, but the backdrop is nice and provides some contrast. First up, Transavia arriving from Ibiza. Flight time probably around 2 hours. 25-year-old airplane already. Hails from the previous millennium. April 1999 is when this airplane first began to fly. No Wi-Fi on board, no humps. Just a smooth fuselage. And a smooth landing. How are those flap surfaces looking? Pretty clean. As far as the pixelation still allows me to show you. Bird controller also present, albeit a bit further away. Now, in the meantime, this first queen of the show also approaching the glide slope. Can we see her already? Yep. We've got the visual. In the meantime, easyJet A320 Neo arriving from Copenhagen will be followed by another airplane returning to Amsterdam from Copenhagen. The reverse landing. Alrighty, first queen of the show is coming, ladies and gentlemen. Saudia. In the foreground we have KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen. 1 hour precisely on the way. The PHBCE, 10 years old, first flight March 2014. I'm going to forgo that landing. Keep the camera pointed towards the 747. Now, nice little bonus. Emirates 777 behind it. Flight 145. According to flight radar, it is flying base and almost turning in. Not sure if we can see it or if the clouds are in the way. Clouds are right at that level where they also fly at approaching the glide slope, 2,000 to 3,000 feet. Howdy Arjan, goedemorgen. Beterschap. Arjan is sitting on the bench at home, but is sick. Hopefully Vitamin AMS Live will get you on your feet again pretty soon. Sally, goedemorgen. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Jinshin, aloha, perfect timing, mate. Time to get going on that vodka. Keep everything nice and warm. Emirates flight 145 arriving from Dubai in the background. Now I spy with my little eye on flight radar another Delta A330. Mind your eardrums and your speakers. Her Majesty crabbing a little bit, arriving from Jeddah. 5 hours 24 minutes on the way. This 747-400 is 29 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Began flying in December 1994. Let's get loud, please. Such a waste. Next queen will need more emojis in the chat, folks. I don't think we've had enough let's get loud emojis that day for the pilots to see. Maybe Emirates will do better. Emirates flight 145 is next. Arriving from Dubai, 777-300 Errr. 6 hours and 20 minutes on the way. So a little bit less time than the A380 normally would have taken. Normally Dubai, Amsterdam at this stage averages around 6.5 hours. So it must have had a little bit of tailwind, which I'm not hoping that the A380 will also have, making it arrive before 2 o'clock, because then we'll probably not see it close by. Marianne sitting here on the couch and saying no. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. Now, let's hope that this 7-year-old 777 will do better. Come on, let's get loud. Oh man. Really? Really? Hey Stefan, goedemorgen. Well, there is a silver lining. We also can see that a 737-900 from El Al is on the glide slope, and those pilots often use their reversers. Me myself is sure of it. Next Delta will be noisy. I hope you're right, mate. Right, two narrow bodies preceding the Delta A330. In the foreground we have an Embraer 190 arriving from Zurich, and behind it is a 737-900 from El Al arriving from Tel Aviv. KLM flight 1918 is the airplane we are now zooming in on. Regular Embraer 190, Zurich to Amsterdam, has taken this flight so far 1 hour and 9 minutes. The airplane itself is 10 years old and began flying in, 13 years old and began flying in August 2010. No Wi-Fi hump on this airplane. First officer very much focused on first officering. No reverser landing. Oh, what's that? That's TUI. Is that a 737 or 767? Looks big. Is that a 767? Huh. Now, a tremendously big, massive thank you to Jinshin, who just now gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Jinshin. You really shouldn't have, but thank you so much. Welcome to the Errrr Sky Lounge, new members. Don't forget to thank Jinshin for your membership. Be sure to use the custom emojis. Jinshin, thank you so much, my friend. You really shouldn't have. Man. Man. Ah, it was a 767. Thanks, Melle. Right, Delta up next. A330-300, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 34 minutes underway. 8-year-old airplane, first flight April 2016. And thank you so much, Stefan, for your kind words. To my surprise, we did cross the 20k in the stream. I really didn't think it was going to happen, but it did. Look at this. Real chilling. That's what, 6 of them? Very nice, me myself, you were right. Awesome. ITA, number 2 on the glide slope for Polderbaan, being preceded by Transavia. Oh yeah, Transavia Sunweb livery I think also was expected later today. Now, is the wind picking up or is this just a momentary breeze? Let's see, Transavia 737-700 arriving from Ljubljana, that is in Slovenia. 1 hour and 35 minutes underway. 3 airplanes on the glide slope in total now. With the second one from ITA and the third one is Iberia Express. Hey Matt, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Oh, Adrie gaat even boodschappen doen. Grocery shopping. Yeah, also something you need to do. Mitchell, good morning. Next up, the beautiful Azzurro of ITA Airways, arriving from Milan, flight 120, A320, 1 hour 28 minutes underway. It's the EIA. Oh, McDonald had a firm, EIA. That's the registration, EIA. 14 years old, first flight January 2010. The other one, the A321, is going to runway 27, which has opened up and is expected to stay open until 11:40 local time. All I want, Jinshin says, is goods. Well, here's one. Say hi, Chris. Say hi to Jinshin. Come on. Don't know why he's getting all shy now all of a sudden. He was yapping away earlier. So, score for today, 1 go round so far. easyJet. Was it from Prague, I think? A320 Neo. I'll probably make it into a separate video. Hey Wolfie, morning. Thank you for your kind words, mate. Now, Iberia Express up next, arriving from Madrid. Where's the other airplane behind it? Alright, there we go. Iberia Express, flight 3722, A320, arriving from Madrid, 1 hour 55 minutes underway, the EC Mach. Which is 16 years old, had its first flight in October 2007. After that, airplane arriving from London Heathrow, and I don't see any other airplanes in... Oh wait, no, I was wrong. I need to zoom out more on flight radar. I was about to say, what's going on? Right, the next airplane after this one looks like it'll be KLM B736 arriving from Curaçao at 777-300 Errr. Bom dia, João. Welcome to the show. Where the sun rises first in the Americas, Northeast Brazil. Nice. We also have a 777-300 Errr arriving from Cape Town that is now flying just north of The Hague and Scheveningen. JetBlue arriving from Boston. It's also coming. What else is underway? Oh, easyJet also. 777 arrival from Johannesburg is flying in the vicinity of Ghent in Belgium, also coming this way. Right. Pipeline is still nicely filled. First up, this KLM 737 arriving from London. Huh? Couple of protrusions over there. Interesting. Never saw that before. Now, over here, not too busy. Couple of cyclists. Couple of people sitting on their own seats. Not a lot of activity at the Spottersplatz itself. Here you can see the famous Dutch weed growing. Netherlands infamous for its weed. Now, let's see. Our next airplane is flying base. It is a 777. I think on paper I should be able to see it, provided it is already below the cloud base. So what's the question, where do you need to look? And the G is landing at 27, okay, as expected. A G in the house pretty soon. I'm looking in the distance to see if I can spot the 777. I think maybe it is already a bit further in that part of the sky. I think the clouds are in the way. Otherwise I would have been able to see it already. It's turning in. Hey, what's that? It's an airplane flying. Oh no! I thought it looked like an airplane, but it's two birds doing formation flying. That's probably the ducks then. Donald and Daisy, they always practice their formation flying. Never lose your wingman. Are those Cormorants? I think they might be Cormorants. Yeah, it looks like it. Maverick and Goose. Alrighty. 777 should be on the glide slope. Oh wait, no, got it. Finally. And in Herrrlen, the sun is shining, Matt is saying. Here in Limburg, that's in the southeast of the country, more towards Germany, but also more towards Belgium. Two countries really nearby in the province of Limburg. Although Herrrlen is more to the north, not as south as Maastricht. Right, well, over here the sun is trying to do its best to shine. Right now it is popping through the clouds momentarily. Not where the airplane is flying though, you can see still flying in the shade. See that Donna is also back in the chat. Morning Donna, hope all is well. JetBlue A321 arriving from Boston should be turning in somewhere in the background. Oh wait, I think I have it as a matter of fact. I had it. Oh wait. No, my focus is on manual. Thought I saw it. Let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah, I think JetBlue is battling the clouds. Yeah, there it is again at 10 o'clock. The leftmost third of your screen, a bit to the top. No snow in Apeldoorn, Adriaan says. That's a relief. Happy to hear that there's no reports of snow just yet in the Netherlands. Here we have KLM flight 736, number 9 on flight radar. Must be quiet on flight radar then. 164 people tracking it. I'm suspecting you guys are tracking this airplane. Returning from Curaçao. Still up the reversers. Just for once. Would have been a lovely surprise. This was the PHBVP, 8 years old, first flight February 2016. We're awaiting the PHBVA, the Orange Pride. And the PHBKA, which is the 787-10 Dreamliner KLM 100 years livery. Next up, JetBlue, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, A321 Neo, flight 631, 6 hours and 27 minutes underway. 3-year-old airplane, first flight November 2020. Harry and his compadre are also here. Indeed, Bill, KLM pilots were coached to be a good neighbor this week. Sadly, they're trained too well, a little bit too well. Sometimes it's good to be naughty. Hey there, Miss Wolves, good morning. I am well indeed, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes to you for you. That's a very shallow approach. Okay, it works. Teeny tiny bit of reverser action there. easyJet having taken off from runway 24. Now the only runway in use for arrivals, for departures, and runway 27 is still open for arrivals, at least until 11:40. On the scale of chimney smoke, The wind currently looks like this. Sounds like we have something arriving, passing overhead or something. At least that's what it sounds like. Just have AMS inbound filtered. This one not appearing on flight radar for me. Oh wait, no, it is. My bad. So many labels. It was a BizJet. Probably going to land on runway 22 then. Embraer 190 arriving from Manchester. Is this KLM flight 1030? That looks of it. Happy to hear that, Miss Wolves. In the meantime, 2 airplanes visible. One small, one a bit bigger. The smaller airplane is arriving from Oslo, KLM flight 1198, Embraer 190. The airplane behind it is arriving from Compton, California. No, Cape Town, South Africa. KLM flight 598, 777-300 Errr. Right, time for some shut-eye for Bill. Thanks for joining, Bill. Sleep tight. Hope to see you in the next one, whenever that may be. Not sure if tomorrow I will be able to go out. Had a look on the 24-hour weather radar and it indicated rain throughout the day, starting around 10 a.m. So it looks like tomorrow will be the day that I'm going to do all my household chores, and hopefully Saturday will be better. They were also expecting rain for Saturday. I haven't had a look yet to see if it is in a part of the day or if it's going to be throughout the entire day. I hope, of course, it will only be overnight or in the late afternoon or something. Sunday and Monday promise to be better in terms of no precipitation. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Sunny Rijnsburg. Is it sunny? Really? Yeah, it does look a bit more open over there. Well, then again, it also opens up a little bit over here. The wind currently, or at least according to the latest meter, was blowing from this direction more or less. Now, just to show you a little bit. Yeah, you can hardly see. There's a little bit of a puddle. Ground over here still very much satiated with rain. It's been a while since I last saw puddles in the grasslands here and there during what is officially summer. KLM 598 arriving from Cape Town. Let's look and listen. Please get loud. Or do a wheelie. Either works. We'll happily take the wheelie. Nice. Sander reporting sunny in Katwijk as well, so nice. Something taking off from runway 24. What's that? Errrpa. Errrpa probably on its way to Madrid. Let's have another visit. See what the wind on the scale of chimney smoke is doing. So yeah, mostly crosswind. Wind blowing nearly or perfectly perpendicularly to the runway heading today. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham. Boeing 737-800. 41 minutes underway. The airplane is 24 years old. First flight May 2000. So far, one go around today. easyJet A320 Neo. If I recall correctly, the one coming from Prague earlier this morning. It's 11:20, so 20 more minutes of runway 27 also being open for arrivals, and then it is back to Polderbaan being Polderbaan number 1. Until 1 o'clock at least. Now a massive big thank you to Big Al. Thank you so much, Alan, for your super chat. Congrats on 20k legend. It's an awesome channel. Thank you so much, my friend. I hope you still like it. Well, you do. hope it's going to stay that way in the future as well. Mr. Professor says it's time for bed. I will send some of our hot weather to Amsterdam. Well, I do like it hot, but not that hot. Although I do expect that your warm air is going to cool a little bit on its way over here. So send some over and we'll see if we have too much of it. Maybe we can sell something on the black market. I'm sure there's a demand for it somewhere. Number 175 arriving from Norwich. Up next, KLM flight 1056. easyJet A319 arriving from Bristol will be next. A little speck of light in the background visible, which is a number 190 from KLM that is returning from Brussels. Third airplane also visible on the glide slope. And that would be Delta Airlines flight 142, the first A330 Neo of the day, coming to Amsterdam from Seattle, Washington. Wolfgang is also back after a long 15 minutes. Some of the pictures of Munich that Wolfgang sent me were very interesting. Apparently there's also a hangar for the A380 for maintenance, but the A380 is too long. So they made a cutout in the doors and the tail of the A380 protrudes through those doors. So if the doors are shut, you see a tail of an airplane protruding while the rest is in the hangar. It's a bit as if you have a cat that tries to get under something and its tail and bum are still sticking out. That's what it reminded me of. Mainly it's too high. Okay, well, it is a nice creative solution. Just make a cutout in the door. Alrighty, first Delta A330 Neo of the show, Let's hope it'll get loud. This is Delta Airlines flight 142, arriving from Seattle, Washington, 9 hours and 9 minutes underway. 4-year-old airplane, first flight March 2020. Followed by a couple of narrow bodies and then a KLM A330. Now we can almost, with a near certainty, predict that the KLM A330 will not get loud. Hey Roy, morning mate, good to see you again. QJ says, have you seen how they park an Airbus Beluga XL? No. Are they parking it indoors in a hangar? Yes. That's better. Right, we have a 3 airplane glide slope shot. The first 2 airplanes, an Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg, A320 Neo arriving from London Luton, and the 3rd airplane is that KLM A330 arriving from Toronto. Yeah, the Orange Pride is coming. It is flying over the North Sea now. Will be preceded by Playtime and a 777-200, so should be good. It looked very crabby. Wondering what the wind is doing. Doesn't feel like it has changed significantly. If anything, it might have picked up a little bit, but that could also just be me. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Right, so Orange Pride is coming. Orange Pride is flying close by. Will land on Polderbaan pretty soon. Expected in 10 minutes. This Saudia is expected to land on Polderbaan. Expected in an hour and 10 minutes from now. Oh, come on. We have this 747 that is expected around 1:30. And yeah, this one is taking a strange detour today. It is catching up a little bit. It was expected later. Now it is 2:20, the expected time of arrival, and this is not good. And this is not what I had hoped to see, because this means that the Emirates A380 is likely going to land on runway 27, since it is going to arrive before 2 o'clock. Fingers crossed it'll get some delay. Wind once again blowing perpendicularly, and it has increased a little bit, 13 knots now, so that is 13 knots of pure crosswind, 100% crosswind, still 18 degrees C the temperature, few clouds at 1900 feet, so in that respect not much has changed. I'll update the meter in the ticker in a moment. First let's look at the rollout of the easyJet. Also update the ticker before the heavy is going to land. Right, there we go. Also got an update. Also have the meter updated in the ticker. Next up, KLM B769 A330-200. Returning from Toronto, 6 hours 41 minutes underway. It's the PH-AOB. It is 18 years old. Its first flight was in July 2005. Well, I stand corrected. That is deviating from corporate policy. Two Embraer 190s coming in, Embraer 190 arriving from London City and Bristol. After that, the Play A320 Neo. And after that, the 777-200 arriving from Boston. Orange Pride will be behind the 777-200 arriving from Boston, so it's double triple, Play, and first 2 consecutive Embraer 190s. Evan says somebody's getting fired. Yeah, caught on tape. Using the reversers. What will the neighbors think? Right, KLM flight 982 arriving from London City, 180 nautical miles. And usually 40 to 45 minutes of flight time. 12-year-old airplane, no Captain Wheelie. Then again, also no go around like the easyJet. We'll have to look again at that landing of that Qatar triple. That was also a bit iffy. It did stick to landing, so probably wasn't too bad, but in the heat of the moment it looked odd. Still that dramatic cloudy backdrop. It is summer over here, believe it or not. Though I am still taking my vitamin D supplements because not a lot of sunshine today, nor have we seen a lot in the last months. See that the seagulls are also back, or at least Steven Seagull is back. KLM Flight 1070 arriving from Bristol. Another possibility for Captain Wheelie to shine, but the nose gear is already... no. Pretty soon it became apparent that this was not Captain Wheelie. Or if it was Captain Wheelie, he wasn't in the mood to do a wheelie. Now, does anybody have the time? Alan says cheerio. You mean you go? In that case, see you around, mate. Now, I see that people are catching up what time it is in the chat. That's not nearly red enough. We can do better. Arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. It is play, flight 460, the A320 Neo, 2 hours and 45 minutes underway. The airplane is a year old and had its first flight in October 2022. Double triple behind it. First triple is a regular 777-200 and the second triple will be the Orange Pride. Cramming its way to the runway threshold, the play A320 Neo. I think you can also start looking for that other custom emoji. The playtime butt shot is upon us. You can already sense it, you can see it, it is going slowly, it is turning. Here we go. Right, let's quickly turn back. KLM Flight 618 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. About to land, 777-200 Errr. 5 hours and 58 minutes on the way. The PHBQO, 17 years old. First flight January 2007. After that, KLM Orange Pride time. There it is. Let's go wild, do some additional digital zoom. You can already see her. The PHBVA Orange Pride. Today, returning from Vancouver. This 777-300 Errr. Flying as KLM Flight 682 today. 8 hours and 32 minutes on the way to get here. We all know it is a 16-year-old airplane that began flying in January 2008. Just as old as Choc-y is. We had a red chat just now, let's make it orange. Let's see if we can do it. Meanwhile, it is 11:37 and I'm expecting the closure of runway 27 any moment now. Within a couple of minutes, so all inbound traffic coming to Schiphol will resume to Polderbaan as before until 1 o'clock. I like how the chat is getting almost completely orange. Well done. Hey there, Lance. Orange Pride never touched the runway, so it wasn't a penalty. Yeah, something happened in the match with a penalty or something, right? So I've heard. Meanwhile, look at this. Looking to the southwest. This is roughly where the wind is blowing from, but it is sometimes also coming a little bit from the southwest. And what is that I see? I saw. Seesaw. Quad squad member identified. Well, only momentarily. Right. Back to Embraer 175s it is. Embraer 175 arriving from Newcastle in the foreground, Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger in the background. And Air Oink Oink is also coming. Should be approaching the glide slope in the background from the right. Though I'm not sure if we can see it. I think the clouds might be in the way. We'll see it soon enough. Let's see, 2 airplanes visible. Third one should be turning in from the left in the background. Yeah, those clouds are in the way. So just 2 airplane glide slope shots visible right now. KLM flight 1174 up next, arriving from Stavanger. 1 hour and 11 minutes on the way. 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. After that, an A320 Neo arriving from Antalya. Air Oink Oink. Wolfgang says that the Atlas 747 coming is the second last ever produced. 1 hour 50 minutes out. Is that the Kühne en Nagel? It is, isn't it? 7478. Alrighty, Pegasus A320 Neo arriving from Antalya. 3 hours and 39 minutes on the way. The TC-NCO, 4 years old, first flight May 2020. Let's see, Delta A330 is now number 3 on the glide slope. I'm not sure if we can see it already. And we have the Corendon A350 turning, well, it's flying base still. Arriving from Curaçao. Right. In the meantime, a big thank you to Optimus Toaster. 4 months of membership. Please send more biscuits and tea bags. Are they running empty? Let me see what I can do. And apparently we have Barbara in the stream, a celebrity in the aviation spotting community. Aha, all the way from Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. Well, welcome. Welcome to the Netherlands, where it is summer on paper, although it doesn't look like it. Well, it depends on where you look in the sky. Over here, not so much. Over here, it does look a bit better. Right, Delta Airlines Flight 136, A330-300 arriving from Detroit, 6 hours and 52 minutes. It is slow to get here. Will it get loud? That's the question. The airplane is 7 years old, had its first flight in January 2017. Now, a massive big thank you to Evan, who just now gifted the membership. I see that Teun was the recipient of the gifted membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Evan. Evan, thank you so much, my friend. You really shouldn't have. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Teun. And thank you so much, Evan. Again, you shouldn't have, mate. Now, the second A350 of today's show, the Corendon A350, returning from Willemstad, Curaçao. Dedicated A350 on this route. Only flies back and forth. 8 hours and 45 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. The EC-NTB, 2 years old, first flight April 2022. Little tippy-toey, but other than that, as if there is no breeze. Meanwhile, Harry the Hypnotizing Heron is standing guard here, watching over us. Well, he's not that hypnotizing. Maybe it's not Harry. Goeiedag, hey, goedemorgen, dank je. Dankjewel man. I also saw a glistening in the sky. Looked like an airplane passing overhead, but not producing a contrail, as we have seen quite a few times before already. This is about the only gap in the sky over here right now, south of me. Although this is looking in the direction of Frankfurt. So I'm hoping we might see something. For now we don't, so let's turn back to what we can see best, and that is traffic on the glide slope. With two airplanes now visible already. Embraer 190 arriving from Hanover, flight 1788, and another Air Oink Oink, this one the flight arriving from Istanbul. Oh, I stand corrected. QJ says that the A350 also started to fly to Hurghada in Egypt twice a week past Tuesday. Tuesday or Thursday? Either of the two. Hey, Peter PDK also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Ed also in the chat. Sorry about last night. Oh, that's the football. Well, no need to apologize to me. I couldn't give two Fs. Right, Adler, Embraer 190 German Airways special livery, which we nowadays see more regularly than Choc-y, although Choc-y is still flying to Schiphol. Right. Adrian is informing us about an A380. Not gonna happen today, mate. Not gonna happen today. This is Pegasus flight 1251, A321neo arriving from Istanbul. 3 hours and 8 minutes underway. Brand new airplane, first flight May 2024. And Sun Express behind it somewhere, arriving from Konya. Oh yeah, there it is. Let's see, 737-800 arriving from Glasgow, flying base, turning in. Bit more separation between it and these two airplanes already on the glide slope, so. Right. Still just the one go around of easyJet earlier this morning. Might also highlight the landing of that Qatar 777. That was also a bit sketchy looking. I am hearing something passing overhead. But it is flying above the clouds. I'm unable to see it. Here and there some more openings in the sky, mostly south of me right now. The airplanes are landing from north to south today. We have wind blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading from west to east, which is also why the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. Right now this is the only runway being used for arrivals, and this is KLM. Ah, this is, I think, a channel first. The 75 years Errrpa special livery of German Airways, arriving from Aberdeen, flying for KLM is flight 912. This airplane, 17 years old, first flight January 2007. Errrpa miniatuurmodellen. Well, yeah, I was about to say I was able to read that momentarily, but also looked like it was vanishing off the fuselage. Interesting. Evan says, did you hear about, did you see the video clip from Tampa Bay with the American Airlines tire exploding? No, I haven't. Still have to see that. Alrighty. Sky Express up next, arriving from Konya, flight 744, 737-800, the TS SOC, 7 years old. First flight February 2017. Next up, KLM flight 936. Arriving from Glasgow, 1 hour and 3 minutes underway, 737-800. I'm wondering, where are the big jets? Let's have a quick look on flight radar. Right, this I like. Saudia seems to be the closest by. Expected around 12:30, is flying in German airspace. The Emirates A380, oh, it's making up more time. That's not good. That's not good. So that's going to land on runway 27. This one is expected to land over here, and these are going to be too late. 225, 254. So probably, which one will be latest? 133. 150. I am going to stick around until the Emirates A380 has landed, but it's probably going to land on runway 27. Was looking promising, but then it turned out to be just another disappointing stream. The A380 gets delayed when we needed to speed up, and it speeds up when we needed to get a little bit delayed. As if they're doing it on purpose. Lufthansa Retro 747 on the way. From where to where, Wolfgang? Frankfurt to the United States or something? Right now that patch of sky is open. I should be able to see it, assuming it produces a contrail, but there is cloudiness moving in, so not sure when it is expected to pass. The number 2, yeah, the number 2 is the KLM 100-year special livery from arriving from Panama City. So at least that one is still coming. This is KLM flight 984, Embraer 190 arriving from London City, 38 minutes underway. The PHEZA Visa. The Visa credit card. Hey, Captain Wheelie. Sure looks like it. No wave of the first officer, and no. This was a practice. This was first officer wheelie. The real Captain Wheelie would have landed the nose wheel somewhere where it is taxiing right now. Frankfurt to LAX. Will be far to the south. Okay, not on the usual route. Well, right now this is what I can see. This is what normally the airplanes arriving from Frankfurt are passing overhead. You can see it is already a narrow window of opportunity. It does look like it is going to stay open though. This is looking in the direction of the wind, so might be able to see it, but if it is passing really far south, then it's probably going to be a bit more difficult. Right, it is another KLM special livery, KLM for 100 years livery, the PHBKA 78710, arriving from Panama City, 9 hours and 32 minutes on the way. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight June 2019. Okay, passed near Rotterdam. That is on the far south side. Yeah, well, unless it produces a contrail, but even then, I recall that I saw an A380 pass south of me in the vicinity of Leiden, which is substantially further closer by to the north than Rotterdam is. And it was already quite far away, so I think if it is going to pass over Rotterdam, it is going to be too far away, indeed, as Maria is already saying. Right, in the meantime, a jet and a Dolu jet arriving from Istanbul, A321 Neo, 3 hours 11 minutes on their way. The airplane is a year old, had its first flight in April 2023. We have another airplane in the background, that is a KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Cardiff. Okay, there is another Delta A330 approaching. TUI Dreamliner, but that is probably not going to be very loud. Okay, also a little bit tippy-toey. Right, well, that is about the only strip of blue sky over here right now. As you can see further to the south, clouds. Looking straight to the west, mostly clouds. Looking straight to the east, mostly clouds. And the northern half, also mostly cloudy. See that Maria is also back in the chat. Bom dia, Maria. Ton says, good afternoon everybody, I am new here. Good stream and sound, thank you. Welkom and thank you. Dankjewel. So score so far today, 1747 landed, 2 more underway. The A380 probably going to land on runway 27. We did see one go around. easyJet A320 Neo, I believe arriving from Prague, went around. The only go around today thus far, I'm carefully saying. Wind is still blowing perpendicular to the runway heading from west to east. The airplanes are landing north to south. This is the wind on the scale of chimney smoke. We'll have to wait a few minutes for the next traffic to arrive, but it is underway. Gives us some time to have a look around the windsock. There's a little bit of Viagra in the air, not a lot of blue in the sky. Means there's also a little bit of Viagra in the air, but not a lot. And the Dolu jet is chilling. It is moving, but ever so slowly. That's interesting. Alright. Wolfgang says, look up now. I'm not hearing anything, and I'm definitely not seeing anything. No dice for overhead traffic over here, folks. The only open part of the sky that I see right now is this little bit. I do see a control coming this way. Looks like it is a bit further to the south. It does look like a quad-engined airplane. Hard to see any details from over here. Hard to even see what kind of quad-engined airplane this is. Seems to be flying southeast to northwest, but more east to west than north to south, and already right. This looks like an A380. Or is it? Still hard for me to assess from over here. I think, yeah, that will be the last of it. Disappointing in the contrail spotting department today as well. Now, luckily we are able to see the next airplane going to the polderbaan. Ah, it was the 747 Lufthansa Atlas Air Flexport. Well, it looked very pixelated from where I was standing. Right now the only airplane visible is Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, A330-300. However, more heavies are coming. Following this airplane will be an Embraer 190. After that we are going to see a TUI Dreamliner, and after that another Delta A330. Now vaguely visible as twinkling left of the A330 is the Embraer 190 KLM Flight 1442 arriving from Bordeaux, the Red Wine Express. Right, Delta Airlines A330-300, will it get loud? Flight 164, 7 hours and 36 minutes on the way now. Minneapolis to Amsterdam, 20-year-old airplane. First flight February 2004. was pretty decent. That was pretty decent. Next up, German Airways Embraer 190, KLM Flight 1442, arrival from Bordeaux, 1 hour 17 minutes on the way. The airplane is 15 years old, first flight January 2009. Doggo says hello from Nederland. Hello back to you. Dreamliner from TUI is now number 2. An A330 from Delta should be turning in, should be number 3. Approaching from the left, but I think the clouds are still in the way. Clouds are still in the way. Right. Michael, also back in the chat, asks, what have I missed? Well, you did miss a CRJ, which I think we saw in the beginning of the show. Also, relatively in the beginning of the show was one go around, easyJet A320 Neo. That is about it. One Queen. Still 2 more expected before the A380 lands, which is expected 10 to 2. Initially it was looking like it might land shortly after 2 o'clock, so I was hopeful that we might see the A380 today on the Polderbaan, but now the ETA was around 2 to 2, so probably 10 to 2 I should say. So it's probably going to land on runway 27, which will then still be open. Right, the arrival of the Diamond. Belgium registered. Not too loud. Let's hope Delta can do better. The next airplane, Delta Airlines flight 72. Also arriving from Atlanta, A330-300. Hey, that's odd. We saw the 74 already. This is the 72. Okay. Now let's see. This airplane is underway for 7 hours and 55 minutes. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight March 2017. Then 2 narrow bodies, an Embraer and an A320 Neo. And then another Delta A330 Neo. Nice. Arriving from Seattle. As you can see, the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. The wind is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading today. Last time I checked the meter, which also was already an hour or so ago, if not more. Wind was around 15 knots. Almost purely crosswind. And not long after the go-around, we also saw a little sketchy landing of Qatar. Micro wheelie. That was just inches above ground for a bit still. Let's see, 2 airplanes now visible. Those are the narrow bodies, and then we are going to see at least 2 consecutive heavies. Delta A330 Neo and a 777-200 Errr arrival from LAX. This is easyJet A320 Neo arrival from Pisa in the foreground, and we have an Embraer 190 arrival from Darlington in the background. Arriving from Pisa, 1 hour 40 minutes underway, I believe it said just before it vanished. Right, no issues there. The airplane a year old, first flight December 2022. Right, one little contrail that I can see right now coming this way, twin jet of sorts. It is going to vanish behind clouds pretty soon. You can see the first nebulosity already. Before we're going to see all the details, it will be out of sight already. Light bottom and the engines are dark. Doesn't immediately ring a bell. Yeah, there it goes. Never to return. Yeah, this is about all the blue in the sky right now over here. The rest is more or less continuous cloud base. Hey, the first Britty hopper of the show. Arriving from Teesside or Darlington. Embraer 190. Right. I think also the lifeliner is visible. I thought I heard it just now. Where do I see it? Nope. Oh no, it's a Robinson. Thought it was yellow, thought it was the lifeliner, but it is a Robinson helicopter. What's that, an R22 or something, or R24? Delta Airlines Flight 144 up next. The second A330 Neo of the day, and I think the other one was also arrival from Seattle, if I recall correctly. Hey, Derek on tour says that we are expecting a bonus queen. Well, hopefully. Let's see. Just left Paris Charles de Gaulle. 40 minutes flight time. Should arrive before the reopening of runway 27. Chances are, well, let's not jinx it. Combo shot with, is that the bird control van? I don't think it is. think it's a different type of van. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Now, it is almost double triple time. Yeah. Surprised that the camera was able to focus in on it in the first place. With all the protruding grass in the foreground. Right, it is double triple time, ladies and gentlemen. First up, 777-200 Errr arriving from Los Angeles, KLM B778X. We have a 777-300 Errr arriving from Lima behind it. KLM B778X arriving from LAX, 9 hours 52 minutes underway. The PHBQB, which is 20 years old and began flying for the first time in October 2003. I think you're right, Dave. I also thought that that guy was stopping so he wasn't blocking the view. Nice shiny flap surfaces, as we've gotten used to from the KLM. Right, what we're witnessing here is a meeting of vans. Is that a murder of vans? Is that, how do you call a grouping of vans? Mercedes and VW. Next up, 777-300 Errr time. KLM B744 arriving from Lima. Where's it? Lima, getting the Lima beans. 11 hours and 47 minutes underway. Nearly half a day underway to get here from Peru. The PHBVR, 8 years old, first flight May 2016. Time for some more orange, but not the orange pride. It is a Sunwing Errrlines 737 arriving from Ibiza, flying for TUI. At least it says TFL1LN on flight radar, so I'm thinking it is flying for TUI. Canadian 737-800, at least registered in Canada. 2 hours and 5 minutes underway to get here. 8 years old, first flight February 2016. Let's see. Transavia arriving from Olbia is behind it. Flight 16914. E2 Embraer turning in, and there's another 777-300 Errr arriving from Atlanta that is flying base. So 3 narrow bodies and then another 777. Meanwhile, K2 just passed by, one of the Raptor Rangers. And these guys are probably heading out for their camera checkup. They'll hook the laptop on, and these are security cameras if I recall correctly. Spikes to prevent the birds from sitting and shitting on them. Right, so let's leave them to it. Nice. Ton says, thanks for the nice stream and sound. I have to go. Come back another time when you on live stream. Greetings to you and the viewers. Bye bye. Ton, thank you so much for joining. Glad to hear you liked it. Hope to see you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Alright. In the meantime, Lily also back in the chat. And Doggo says bye. Probably to Ton. Let's see. 747 cargo marker Mir. 7,000 feet. That is coming this way. Yeah, the Saudia arrival from Jeddah. Nice to see. Now, if I recall correctly, we are also due to see the Transavia Sunweb livery. Also looking around, traffic outbound overhead, you can hear it. The clouds are still in the way. It does look now for the first time looking to the west in the distance. For the first time, looks like it is opening up a little bit. It was said that it was going to get more sunny as the day progressed, so we'll see. Seeing is believing. I'm always a bit skeptical when sunshine is predicted over here. Right, E2 Embraer mini 777 and actual 777 on the glide slope right now. Nicely see how the clouds are drifting from left to right. This is KLM flight 1164 returning to Amsterdam from Bergen in Norway. 2 years old, first flight February 2022. Psychic Traveler says, please show us the bird once. Are you talking about the coot? I did hear it just now, but I'm not seeing it anymore. Right now, visibility of the water, particularly the nearby side, has been seriously compromised due to the overgrowing grass. I think he's swimming over there. Christopher Coot. Haven't seen the ducks or Gary Grebe yet. Not sure that we will. It's 12:28 already. I think they might be on vacation. KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 777-300 Errr. 7 hours and 36 minutes on the way. Let's look and listen. Epic R says maybe I should change my name into to Epic Errr. I think you should. I think you should. Now, hon, I don't know if you're still around, but if you are, you better scoot. Grab a cup of coffee, go to the toilet, put the trash out. But here's an airplane you don't like seeing. Vueling. It is the first of the show though. Could have been worse. We've seen shows with more than just a single one so far. Vueling flight 8309 arriving from Barcelona. A320, 1 hour 48 minutes on the way. The ECLVP, 11 years old, first flight April 2013. There is a 747 flying further out. I'm looking now over the camera to see if I can spot it already. The second queen of the show. Right now I'm not seeing it yet. Ordinarily under perfect conditions, no restrictions on visibility. In terms of cloudiness, we should be able to see it from over here where it is flying right now. Big Wi-Fi hump, a lot of Wi-Fi on board this airplane. What a monstrosity. Right, somewhere out there Her Majesty number 2 should fly. Flying base, so we should see her on profile. Really annoying that we cannot see her just yet. I think the clouds really are in the way to the... Oh, no, yeah, there it is. Yeah, the clouds are in the way. The clouds were in the way. Only now are we able to see her. Queen number 2. Before that, this Embraer 175 returning from Leeds. Well, now we have 2 airplanes in sight. In the foreground we have KLM flight 1004 arriving from London Heathrow. And it is a 737-800. I'm going to forgo the landing of it. I think we've seen enough 737s and Embraers already. Let's keep the camera focused on Her Majesty number 2, Saudia, arriving from Jeddah. Wasn't the other one also coming in from Jeddah, and wasn't that also Saudia? I think it was. Or is that the vodka playing up now? Huh. Right, the airplane has become number 9 on flight radar, 168 people tracking it. 5 hours and 25 minutes underway, this 747-400 freighter. She's 27 years old. First flight, November 1996. Let's see, November 1996, I think I was in my 3rd year in middle school / high school. The school before university and after elementary school. From 94 till 2000. So 14 or so year old I was. Same as the one before. Okay, it was. Thanks Maria and Finnair. Saudia twice. Arriving from Jeddah. Now, if it were a Star Wars special livery, then at least they could rename Jeddah to Jedi, and it would be more appropriate, but it's a normal livery, unfortunately. I'm drinking my sorrow away with more vodka. Right, will she get loud? That's the question. It sounds like an A350 or a 777 is passing overhead, but I'm unable to see it, sadly. Belated butt shot of the Queen. Now, is that appropriate to look a Queen in the bum? And it's a Saudia Queen as well, so is it halal or is it haram? Will we get demonetized for this butt shot? Now, will the barn doors retract? The answer is yes. The question is when? Alrighty. Time to turn around the camera and have a look at the next airplane that is approaching. It is an Embraer 175 arriving from Stuttgart, KLM flight 1830, and RAM behind it, Royal Air Maroc, or as they're called these days, Air Arabia Maroc, I think. No, Royal Air Maroc. Hey, sweet, sweet, Royal Air Maroc. It is actually Royal Air Maroc coming with the Royal Air Maroc livery. Coming in from Casablanca. Casablanca. Needs a burqa. Psychic Traveler says the Saudi king disapproves. Oh shit. So we've angered the king. Well, let's see what the consequences of that are going to be. For now, let's see. Royal Air Maroc up next. Arriving from Casablanca. 2 hours and 49 minutes on the way. 737-800, 12 years old. First flight was in November 2011. Hey, Tony, also back in the chat. Morning. Michael says you don't want to anger a Saudi king. They kill people they don't like. Yeah, but only in their consulate. So, trick is that you shouldn't enter into a consulate. Always stay in the public domain, then you'll be safe. Another outbound traffic. Still looking up to see if maybe I can catch a glimpse, but sadly clouds are in the way. Although looking west, it really looks like it is going to open up. It will take a little time still. No Wi-Fi on board, but a nice shooting star on the tail. It's been a while last time I saw this airplane, or at least this livery. So, status quo in the sky right now, mostly cloudy, although turning the camera to the west, you can see northwest in particular. I think that's near the coast. So it is opening up a little bit. I think later in the day it is going to get more sunny, but right now we're still on the brink of predominantly cloudy versus more open. Next up is a KLM 737-800, arriving from Madrid. KLM flight 1502. 1 hour 44 minutes on the way, the PHBXA. Let's have a quick look at the status quo, why not? So, first let's do the weather. Let's do a refresh of the weather, and we see that the wind is still blowing from the west predominantly, varying a little bit, but around west-southwest right now. 14 knots for Beaufort. We have a ceiling at 4,700 feet. We have broken clouds at 4,700 feet, few clouds at 1,900 feet. Temperature constant, 18C, that's 66 F-ish, 66-ish F. Air pressure also stable. Wind is expected to turn to the northwest as the day progresses, but also slow down. Current runway use, let's do a refresh. We are standing over here, currently the only runway in use for arrivals until 1 o'clock, and then between 1 and 2, runway 27 is also expected to open up. In terms of airplanes of interest, this one we are still going to see Kühne and Nagel, the second to last ever built, if I recall correctly. Expected 5 minutes to 2. Emirates also expected around the same time, so it was 10 to 2. It is slowing down a little bit, so maybe if it is expected a few minutes after 2 o'clock, we might be in for a treat. The bonus queen that we did not see airborne already, but now is coming this way, is approaching, expected around 1 o'clock. Yeah, and there are more queens on the way, but these are expected later in the day, out of the scope of this stream. Now, that's two queens still coming. Lost count. I think with the bonus queen and the one queen that I expected we could see, but that took a detour, one arriving from Miami, we're back to 4 queens for today's show then. Hey, what is up? The Ultimate is also in the chat. Good to see you again, Elvin. Hope all is well. So, yeah. 2 queens down, 2 more to go. The king is also coming. Now, we can see the A380 land on runway 27 from over here, if that is what's going to happen, but we will not be able to see it up close. As you could see on the map, we are relatively far removed from the main platform area, standing over here. My camera has decent zoom, but it will get very pixelated. I am hoping, since it is now expected a few minutes to 2, to the hour, if it delays a few more minutes and the ETA is past 2 o'clock, likelihood of it being assigned Polderbaan increases significantly, so fingers crossed. Let's do a delay dance with each other. A380 delay dance. Right now, Embraer 190 arriving from Prague, KLM. 14 years old. Flight time no longer mentioned, but wasn't that around 1.5 hours or so? 1 hour 40 minutes. So that flight radar glitch that I had on my old phone, I also have on my new phone whenever applying a split screen. And granted, the flight radar app is not compatible with it, so you have to go into your phone settings, the developer settings, and overrule the possibility or force apps that are not compliant with split screen to use split screen. So that also probably has to do with it, but applying split screen sometimes results in me not being able to see the flight time when the airplane is too close to landing. Oddly enough, if I then go out of split screen and use the app full screen, I am able to still see everything. Anyway, minor detail, not very interesting. Bit annoying at times. That's it. Hey, the JJ probably. The JJ 100 says Dutch national team also lands at Schiphol around 2 o'clock. Okay. I bet it will land on runway 22. Yeah, absolutely, Alvin. Then again, this is something that Flight Radar needs to do. Flight Radar needs to develop an app that is just compliant with split screen use, and they're probably not going to do that. Right, this is KLM the way we know them. Not using the reversers on landing. This is the flight arrived from Bonaire, returning from Bonaire, I should say, the A330-200. Right, I like the name change, Epic Errr. Well done, Epic Errr. And also a big thank you to Lucas Errr for celebrating 2 months of membership. Almost 3. Time flies. Thanks for your continued support, Lucas Errr. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Now next up, Transavia flight 6114 arriving from Malaga. 2 hours and 22 minutes underway. There's another airplane behind it that is also a 737 KLM arriving from Milan. See that John is also in the chat. Good evening, John. KLJ 1883 is the flight number of the Dutch national team. Okay. Is that a KLM flight then? Douwe says 767 in 5 minutes. Nice. Iceland-errrr probably. Hey, Errrlingus is approaching with also a 7... Oh, no, sorry, that's Ryanair, huh? It's a Ryanair 737, but EIN, that is Errrlingus, that's the call sign of Errrlingus, isn't it? Right. Roy needs to do chores to keep Lady Boss happy. Mate, you have tomorrow to do that. It's going to be rainy all day. Well, You gotta do what you gotta do, Roy. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. We have yellow vehicles in the background. Not one, but K2. Finally, the Sunweb special livery of Transavia expected 4th to land. Bio-appelsapje is saying. Small bio apple juice is what that translates to. Saudia Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah in the Neom livery is coming this way, folks. I think that is the first time I'm going to see it up close in the stream. We did see it several times landing on runway center. Yeah, it's arriving before 1 o'clock, so there you go. Now also, in the meantime, look at how much more open the western part of the sky has become. Yay! Meh. Yay! Meh. Yay! Boo! Another sky dichotomy here in Amsterdam. And this is Ryanair, but flying for Aer Lingus, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Is the wet lease? Will the Ryanair pilots use the reversers? Let's look and listen. Yes. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Now that also means that first time in the show I'm able to film outbound traffic. And what a catch! Choc-y! First airplane that we can see flying overhead, and immediately we strike Choc-y. Even though, as you can see, still a bit cloudy compared with what it was before. Day and night. Qatar, by the looks of it. Qatar triple. Really zoomed in now, obviously. Flying south of me, directly south of me, west to east. Yay! Meh. Alvin, thank you so much. You know you shouldn't have. Air Transat A321 Neo arriving from Toronto up next. Right, the number of yays and mehs go head to head. Which super chat did you guys like better? The yay or the meh? Vote now. Now, Transavia in the Sunweb livery arriving from Valencia. 2 hours and 5 minutes on the way. The PHHXA, 8 years old, first flight February 2016. For those of you who don't know, Sunweb is a travel agency in the Netherlands through which you can book summer holidays. I always use them to book my winter holidays. They work together with Transavia, so whenever you want to book a flight or take the plane on your vacation, it is often via Transavia. They are unrelated, but they do work together to offer holidays by airplane. Now also Rodney back in the chat, welcome back. And Rodney is celebrating 3 months of membership and he writes, good morning boy and AMS family. Good to see you again Rodney, hope all is well. Welcome back. Just in time for the Saudia special livery that is going to land on Polderbaan and is now number 2 approaching from Jeddah, the Neom livery. Before that we are going to see a BA Embraer 190 arriving from London City, flight time 41 minutes. Yeah, it's a counterfeit AMS Live logo. It's not real, it's fake news. Fake news from Saudi Arabia. Hadi Greet, goedemiddag. Tony, goedemiddag. All others who've joined in the meantime, good afternoon. The sun is finally peeking through the clouds over here. After a morning where the entire sky looked pretty much like this. Now things are starting to open up finally. And by the looks of it, more definitively. The western part of the sky over here now mostly open. Looking to the southwest, the south, southeast, east, northeast. Quickly back to the north, the Neom Saudia special livery Dreamliner. Flight 215 arriving from Jeddah, 5 hours and 22 minutes on the way. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner, 4 years old, first flight December 2019. Alrighty. Meanwhile, a little outbound airplane. KLM Embraer. Now another cloudy backdrop, but a bit more friendly than we have seen so far. In the meantime, I also see that runway 27 has opened up, not unexpectedly. That is expected to stay open until 2 o'clock. In the foreground we have an easyJet A320 arriving from Edinburgh. Sup bruh? 1 hour and 11 minutes on the way, the G-Zup. And the G-Zup is 12 years old, had its first flight in February 2012. The second airplane is a 767-300 Iceland-errrr Flight 500, and the third airplane that should be somewhere behind it. That's the bonus queen arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle, 7478. Right, easyJet has landed. Let's focus back on the heavies. Look, also you can see the twirling of the cloud. Well, not anymore. You could see it a little bit where the 747 flew through it. Oh. Picturesque sight. Maybe worthy of a thumbnail even. Iceland-errrr Flight 500 in the foreground. 767-300 in the new livery. 2 hours 46 minutes on the way to get here from Iceland, from Reykjavik. This airplane is 26 years old, ladies and gentlemen. First flight was in October 1997. I think I was in 4th grade of middle school then. Yeah. What were you doing? Combo shot with the VW. No race, just a combo shot. Alrighty, here we go. Also, good afternoon, PA Aviation. Thank you for your kind words. The bonus queen, we didn't foresee making the total number of queens that we are going to see. I think 4. This is the third of 4. And the Kühne and Nagel 7478 is going to be the last one for today, I think. This is Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 arriving from Paris, where it left from 45 minutes ago. It's the BLJB. This 7478 is 12 years old already, had its first flight back in November 2011. I'm thinking, when did the 7478 first begin to fly? Must be around that time. It's probably one of the first then. And the next 7478 is going to be the second to last ever produced. Or at least to date. Noise. Not the loudest, but definitely not the quietest of the 747s that we have seen today. Big John was Little John of 11 years old back in '97. Miss those days. At least back in the day, we still got outside to play. Not sit on a couch behind a tablet all day. Right, Liewe is going to do groceries with his mom. Enjoy, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you in the next one. That was epicer. Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Goedemiddag Tina. Thank you so much. Dankjewel. Adam says, I tell my kids I was alive before the internet existed and they're shocked. Are you that old? How did you survive all those years? Well, we are not done yet. We're still awaiting the arrival of the A380, even if it is going to happen on runway 27. We are still due 17478 Kühne and Nagel, Atlas-errrr on its way over here. Expected, I think, around 1:30. Expected to land on the runway we are standing next to. So, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. We do have airplanes on the glide slope right now. I have to say I like this backdrop a bit better, more open. You can see further away. There are only 2 airplanes on the glide slope. I was zooming out to see where's number 3, but then I looked on flight radar and I only saw 2 right now. Another 737 passing overhead. JVD asks if the A380 is not able to land on the polderbaan. No, it's perfectly capable to do so. The only runway it cannot land on is runway 22, the Oostbaan. But it is dependent on the time of arrival and the wind, which runways are open. And between 1 and 2, there are always 2 runways open for arrivals. And normally speaking, this would be the polderbaan and the center runway, 18C. But since it was closed for maintenance a couple of weeks and still has to, they still have to calibrate the ILS system, they still aren't using it as much. And runway 27 is now the secondary runway for arrivals that is opened up when they do open up a second runway, which means that between 1 and 2, runway 27 is also opened up, and that means all traffic arriving from the east in that hour time span will land on that runway. So only if the A380 today arrives before 1 o'clock or after 2 o'clock is there a big chance that we are going to see it land on polderbaan. Otherwise it is going to land on runway 27. Next up is another Vueling A320 arriving from Valencia, flight 8353. Right, Rodney has to leave again. Get ready for work. Enjoy the rest of your day, Rodney. Thanks for joining us. And Anthony says greetings from Kansas City, Missouri. Another person tuning in from Kansas. No, Kansas City, Missouri. My bad. Right, that's interesting. Don't you also have Portland, Oregon and Portland, Maine? You have looky here. Another special livery from KLM, 737-900 in the SkyTeam livery. This one is arriving from Rome, KLM flight 1602. 1 hour and 59 minutes underway. 23 years old, first flight June 2001. For a moment I thought we were going to see the PHBVD, the SkyTeam 777-300, but I double checked this morning. it is expected to fly, or no, it flew out this morning. So we'll have to make do with the smaller version. Now there's even a smaller version than this one. There's also an Embraer 190 that also has the SkyTeam livery flying around. Meanwhile, things are opening up nicely. To the far east it is still cloudy, but the wind is blowing in the right direction from the sunny side to the more cloudy side. So I am expecting that that side, the east side, will also start looking more open as the day progresses. easyJet A320 Neo up next, arriving from Manchester. 51 minutes underway. 5-year-old airplane, first flight December 2018. Right, Shamara says, I'll be off, I'm going to play outside. And that's a good idea indeed. Particularly if it is a bit more warm than it is over here. Next up is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Nantes. KLM flight 1420. 1 hour and 2 minutes underway. 3-year-old airplane, first flight February 2021. Got another Vueling behind it, arriving from Alicante. No, it is 12 minutes past 1. The A380 is probably still over German heartland, flying to the Netherlands. I am curious, once it approaches Dutch airspace, which runway it will be assigned to. It's all going to depend, of course, on the timing of it. Let's have another quick look, see what those airplanes are expected to arrive at. So the Emirates A380 is expected still 5 minutes to the hour. It needs to get delayed a little bit. And the Kühne and Nagel is expected around the same time. Okay. Meanwhile, Jesus, flying from Newcastle to Belfast. Jesus will not be bothering us today. Vueling up next, another Vueling, flight 1377 arriving from Alicante. It's an A320, 2 hours and 4 minutes on the way. It's the EC Man. And the EC Man is 10 years old. First flight April 2014. Hadi Clemencia, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, hope all is well. That was that Donald or Daisy? I think it was Donald or Daisy saying hi briefly. Is everything still in place? It is. The dot is still in place. The world order still unchanged. Sadly, no contrails. The sky does look dark blue between the clouds. It's usually indicative of relatively low humidity. And another hint is, there it is, is that we have an airplane passing overhead, cruising without a contrail. It is flying north of me. It is, well, it's northeast of me already. And it is flying from west to east, but there you go. You really need to see it, coincidentally, otherwise you're missing it. easyJet also having arrived from Alicante. Looking around, curious to see if I spot more airplanes without a contrail, cruising without a contrail. Right now I don't. Clemencia is done for the day. Tomorrow will be shitty weather. Absolutely, yeah, I saw it as well. Patrick, goedemiddag. Alright, 737 arriving from Manchester. The airplane that we saw vaguely in the background is an E2 Embraer arriving from Toulouse, bringing back losers. Now, talking about losers, when is the Dutch national team expected? Pretty sure that they will land on runway 27 or runway 22, arriving from Germany. Merlin says that the airplane in cruise you saw was a Singapore A350 from Manchester to Singapore. Nice. I didn't recognize it as an A350 as such. Thought maybe it was a 767 or something, but it was really far away already. Now, apparently some airplanes do produce a contrail. Another one, this is flying northwest of me. Seems to be on the same route. Possibly another airplane also from arriving, hailing from Manchester, but I'm not sure. It seems to be flying on a nearly similar path. Let's see if we can bring it a bit closer. Gets really pixelated, sorry for that. Yeah, hard to see. It's a twin jet, that's about all I can see from over here. E2 Embraer KLM flight 1450, arriving from Toulouse. 1 hour and 26 minutes it has taken this airplane to come here. The airplane is a year old, first flight January 2023. Okay, expected around 2:15. Thanks, Clemencia. Undoubtedly they will land on the Oostbaan then. Let's see. Okay, interesting. Clemencia is now saying that the A380 has a delay. If it is expected past 2 o'clock, then it is very likely going to land on Polderbaan. Dutch team at 1:53. Well, regardless of the timing, they are going to land on runway 22 so that they can leave the airport anonymously, probably. they're not going to a gate and leave Schiphol Airport via the main terminal, that's for sure. Right, Embraer 190 arriving from Stavanger. Birds chirping, though I'm not seeing where the chirping is coming from. Sounds like the culprit is over there somewhere. Much rather hear this than Kermit and his amigos quacking away. Now, again, big chunks of blue sky west of me. Slowly but surely things are opening up. This is looking in the direction of Frankfurt. That is still a bit troublesome. However, if the airplanes have passed where I am standing and are flying away, we should be able to see something. Right now, still a bit difficult to see anything. Apparently not all airplanes are producing contrails. The ETA of the A380 is still expected before 2 o'clock, Mario says, so that is not good news. We'll see. We'll see. Howdy Shul. Goedemorgen. Good morning to you too. Marina, good afternoon. Jane, back from getting lost on my trip to the grocery store. Oh dear. Well, you found your way back. You missed the Queens. There is another one coming. That is the silver lining. First up, easyJet A320 Neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca. 2 hours and a minute underway to get here, the OELSU. Brand new airplane. That means less than a year old, but in this case, March 2024. The easyJet sort of looks like a Pokeball. Is that Pokemon or something? Okay, interesting, interesting. Looks like this one will not go around. Might still happen though. Let's see if it doesn't go around. Last minute. Might still do it touch and go. Nah. It's not. Interestingly, there is still a little bit of, if I zoom in and then just show you this, it looks very grim. Still, those parts are still visible over here. However, this is what's coming. That's a Volvo ambulance, usually being used by the general practitioners when they are on duty in the weekends or during night shifts. And And Wolfgang says that the next KLM is the PHEZL, and that is the plane that was involved in the accident at Schiphol, as far as he knows. Okay. Returning from Aberdeen. Right, butt shot time. They use general practitioners, Alvin. If you're a general practitioner in the Netherlands, at least if you are having your own, if you have your own practice, then you are obligated to do shifts in the emergency department. I think once or twice a month. You can, I think you can pay it off, but you are obligated to do an evening or night shift after your day shift, or do a weekend shift every now and then. So they are dedicated general practitioners, although there are also general practitioners that don't have their own practice, but that they're basically for hire for when there's a shortage, or if somebody is temporarily out of commission due to pregnancy or something. But they are GPs, no ER doctors. We also have ER doctors, but they are only working on the emergency rooms. And you do see that the posts are adjacent to each other in the hospital, so the emergency department and also the doctor's practice for general practice outside of office hours is usually in the hospital, in one of the local hospitals. So first people will be sent to the GP, and if the GP thinks you need to be admitted or need to be seen by the ER doctor, then they say go to the next door and then you have to wait until an ER doctor sees you. Well, I don't know exactly what you refer to when you're talking about pre-hospital stuff, but in the Netherlands, the general practitioners are the metaphorical spider in the middle of the web. So the first line doctor that you see in the Netherlands is usually the general practitioner, and he or she will determine whether or not you need to get referred to hospital. However, when you have an accident or something, you just go to the emergency department. Like if you have trauma because of, well, you cut yourself, or I once saw a guy that went fishing with his son and he used a hook, one of those triple hooks, and something went wrong with the lure, and he got 2 of the 3 hooks stuck in his finger, and they have those counter hooks so that you cannot pull it out, so they needed to cut it and pull it all the way through. It was such a funny sight. The man was sitting there and he had that lure, that fishing lure with that fake fish, and that hook, that triple hook with 2 of the 3 hooks through his fingers, his index finger and his thumb. It was such a comical sight. And sitting there in the waiting room waiting for the doctors to be visited. It was a Saturday morning, and it was also a Saturday morning, and later in the morning a guy came with the chopped off part of his thumb. Drone accident. The rotors were quite sharp. Anyway. What is happening is that all traffic is going to runway 27. Is that... let's see. Let's do a refresh. I'm now looking at the website that indicates the expected runway use, and yeah, Polderbaan 1-8 right is expected to stay in use for arrivals throughout. I was just looking on flight radar because it looked like runway 27, all traffic was going to runway 27. That might be indicative of a runway inspection, so that this runway is temporarily out of commission. I think that is what might be happening. Because all the traffic that is incoming now seems to be going to runway 27. I think we have our answer. There is a runway inspection in progress right now, so that means that for a few moments all inbound traffic will be diverted to the other open runway for arrivals, runway 27, and then it's going to resume again. Yeah. That is not going to cause a problem for the Kühne and Nagel 747. Okay. Overheated brakes. Positive rate. What do you say then? Gear up. I think Top Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon is going to be the next airplane to land on Polderbaan. So it looks like inbound traffic is going to resume pretty soon already. Oh. Right. Will it reappear? That's the question. Now, where did it go to? Oh, no. I thought I saw something, but that is flying lower. I think that's the next airplane already. Well, I've lost it. Right, in the meantime, Top Air Portugal coming in. Turning in. Top Air Portugal, flight 668, A320, 2 hours 11 minutes on their way. The CSTNR, 15 years old, first flight April 2009. Looks like the next airplane after this one is going to be a 737 arriving from Lyon, Embraer 190 arriving from Dublin, and a 737 arriving from Barcelona. Hey! Lise!
Ja,
Hey! Lise die ook in de chat. Oh!
Ja.
Je komt nu pas gedag zeggen. Je bent hier al de hele tijd, toch?
Ja, maar ja, ik wilde eerst zelf ongemakkelijk kijken.
Ah ja.
Nu is het ineens heel kalm, dus ik dacht,
Ja.
dag zeggen.
Grijp je kans. Leuk, welkom.
Ja, op dit moment is het wel...
Ja, de A380 dat gaat er om hangen. Als die na tweeën komt, dan komt hij hier naartoe. Maar of dat gaat lukken, dat is de vraag.
Daar is ook wel een vraag.
Last time we checked, the ETA for the A380 was I think a couple of minutes to 2. Is that still the case? En de Kühne en Nagel 7478 die komt ook nog. Dus de ene laatste gebouwde. Die komt geloof ik om 5:45 ongeveer. Maar die komt uit het westen, dus die komt sowieso hier naartoe. Die gaat sowieso hier landen. We have Lise in the chat, who, no, not in the chat. Lise from the chat is standing here for real. Belgian Lise.
Ja, Belgium. I don't know if there are a lot of Belgian watchers.
Not that much, no. For some reason the Belgians have yet to find AMS Live.
We don't get along, the Belgians and the Dutchies.
Yeah, that's probably it. But we do have a lot of German viewers. I mean, there's always rivalry between, at least on when football is going on.
I was rooting for you guys. I really was.
I was in the gym. I didn't watch. No, grew up without football, so never got exposure to it that much. So I'm indifferent.
Staying in Zaandam nice.
Okay. In a hotel or with people you know?
In a hotel.
Okay.
And,
Isn't that famous hotel with the isn't that in Zaandam?
it's expensive for me.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Exactly. That was going to be the last time it was going to be loud with football supporters in the Netherlands, I think. Oh, Erik Pusey says, hey, you have Belgian viewers, I am one. Yay! Excellent. K2 also passing by. Wow, we've got a couple of airplanes coming back to back now. It is picking up again. There was a runway inspection going on just now. Now everything is resuming again. And in 20 minutes this runway will be the only runway again for arrivals. Now I'm going to stick around until the A380 has landed and the Kühne and Nagel. They're both expected around a few minutes to 2. At least the Kühne and Nagel 747 we are going to see over here. Maybe I missed it. What was the... Hey, Austrian Wolf says, Bas says, the website says A380 Polderbaan. That would be a nice treat if you came to the Polderbaan and you could also see the A380.
Yes,
It doesn't happen very often. It was late. I saw it this morning. It was taxiing to the runway and then it did a 360 and it went back again. So apparently they forgot something or something. Yeah. Right. In the meantime, in the chat, the Volvo cars are being discussed and the 5 cylinders. Is that still because of the emergency vehicle I saw? Probably. Okay, more people are saying A380 is coming to Polderbaan. So that is nice. That would be a grand finale with a queen and king. Also, things are opening up luckily. Florida says that the Dutch national team will land around the same time as the A380 on Oostbaan. No. They did that on purpose. Create a distraction so that we can leave the airport quietly. Well, in the meantime, a couple of narrow bodies. The first of the couple that we are now seeing is an Embraer 190 arriving from Dublin, Ireland, 1 hour and 2 minutes underway. It's the FAZ, the PHEZZ, 10 years old, first flight November 2013. Is the captain really? No, don't think so. It did look promising in the beginning, but the nose wheel lowered relatively quickly already. Were you already here to see the go around this morning?
No.
What time did you arrive approximately?
I think around 12 o'clock.
Around 12 o'clock, okay. Did you see the stream? Did you see it at all?
We had my 4G. I have to save it up a little bit.
Oh dear.
I'm going home next week, so I have to be careful with it.
We had a go around in the very beginning of the stream. There was an A320 Neo by easyJet that was doing a bit of what also happened with the Air France earlier in the week, and it went around. Did land successfully without any issues the second try, but well, I think it was more windy this morning than it is now. I think it is quieting down a little bit. Not sure. Not sure. Maybe a draft or something. It looked like the wind was pushing up the airplane a little bit, and it was going a little sideways. But I am no expert by any means, so I'll leave it to the experts to determine what was the cause of the go around of the Air France. Austrian Wolf says, could we get Lise on the stream? Well, you don't have to if you don't want to. Little wave. Right. Lise from Belgium says hi.
Hi everyone.
Hello. What do you say then? Salutjes of so?
Salut.
Salut.
In French, salut is hello.
Yeah, exactly.
And in Flemish, salut is say goodbye.
Okay. So it's really to say goodbye, right? What do you say then when you meet someone to say hi?
Hello.
Oh, gewoon regular hello. Boring. Yeah, exactly. Right. Let's see. I think the first A220 of the show is number 2 now. Air France Bombardier C Series 300 arriving from Paris. Where is it? There it is. First up, one of the many flights between Heathrow and Amsterdam. This is KLM flight 1006 and a 737-800. You do have Wi-Fi on board this airplane. PHBGC. It is Lise with an E in and not an A, by the way, Yorkshire. Not Lisa, but Lise. Lise.
It's written the French way, with an S, not a Z.
Oh, everybody is writing it with an S.
Good.
just an A instead of an E. Alvin is doing a preemptive strike on the 220. Thank you so much. You shouldn't have, you know that. Stop it. Alrighty. A220, the first A220 of the show, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. 47 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, first flight March 2024, Bombardier C Series 300, aka the A220. Marlene says, just a few moments and then orange will be coming. Indeed, Marlene. It is going to land on the Schiphol Oostbaan though. So that's the small runway for where the general aviation airplanes land. So from here it is extremely hard to see. But let's see. A friendly neighborhood.
Subscribers recently?
Yeah, one of the police officers, Rudolf, was my second subscriber and also one of the first members. After my first live stream here back at the end of November 2022, a same vehicle has just passed by, stopped, and he and his co-worker came over to say hi, and they were wondering what's all the stuff that you have brought along. And exactly, so we chatted for half an hour or so, and they made some pictures of the setup and me talking with them, and they posted it on Twitter, I think it was still back then. That got the ball rolling. Over here it is. Over here it is. Hey, Evelyn, also in the chat. Thanks for your super chat. Good to see you again. Anyone say A220? And she says, honestly becoming my favorite narrow body. Well, rightly so. It is, in my opinion, one of the two prettiest modern airplanes that are out there these days. The A350 being the other one. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Well, sadly, it is back to boring Embraers and A320s after this. Paul says, groetjes uit Portugal. Nice. Portugal. That's an hour time difference, isn't it? I think that's on the same... That's the same time zone as the UK is. Ah, and Paul is not on holiday in Portugal, but lives there. Nice. You're doing something right, mate. You're doing something right. Right, let's see. Hey, the A380 is flying base. Where is that, mother? I'm thinking we should be able to see it. Somewhere in between the clouds. Wouldn't that be something? It's flying in the vicinity of Cormorants. Oh, that was in the vicinity of the chimney smoke. So let's go from the chimney smoke. Make the shot a little bit wide. Slowly pan back. Let's see if there is an Emirates A380 that we can see. I think it is swimming in the clouds. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can see it already. If it were visible, it would stand out nicely against the cloudy backdrop. It would be more easily recognizable. I think we have to be a bit more patient. Now, Paul, what the fudge are you doing, mate? Now you start gifting memberships as well. You really shouldn't have, mate. You're doing more than enough as it is as a moderator already. You, of all the moderators, have been present most of all. If there's anybody who is exempt from the need to give memberships, if ever is such a thing, it would be you, mate. Doesn't mean I'm not grateful, thank you so much, but really you shouldn't have, mate. You're doing more than enough, you're going above and beyond as a moderator already. Membership is €1.99 per month.
I got gifted one.
Could be. JD is also a very generous gifter of memberships. Hey, what's happening here? No, it's a landing. Plus, isn't it? Is that plus Ultra? Oh. We're going to see back-to-back heavies, back-to-back quad squad members. I'm seeing that the A380 will be followed by the 747-8. And I'm also seeing a Qatar 777 arriving from Doha that is also coming this way. So the 747-8 will not be the last airplane. I think Qatar is also coming this way. So we have the A380. And the 747-8 is still a bit further out. Now that one I thought we would be able to see from over here. I think that is going to become a thumbnail. The A380 with the 747-8 behind it. Transavia. This is Alba Star flying for Transavia. Arriving from Chania. EC nab. Just a quick look at the touchdown and then it's back to the quad squad. Yeah, there you go. Landing sorted. Sean says hello from Virginia. Hello there, Sean. Perfect timing. Look at this. That's a great glide slope. Glide slope shot. Fazro Darshine says congrats on the 20k. Thank you so much. And Armin Moore just became a member, our latest Errrr Sky Lounge member. Armin, welcome to the club, mate. Thank you for choosing AMS Live. Hope you will like it in the lounge. Phil also back in the chat. Good day, Phil. Check it out. This has thumbnail material written all over it. Ah, Chania is pronounced with a hard KH at the start, Jane says. It's Greek. Kanya. Not Kanye, but Kanya. Eight engines in one shot, indeed. Evan, thank you so much for your super sticker, mate. 100 underlined twice, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Evan. Glide slope shot. This is the mother of all glide slope shots. Look at the clouds behind the 747. You can see a little bit of twisting and turning. That's the effect of the airplane passing through it. Holy shizzle, look at this. It is because you're here, Lisa. That means you have to become a regular visitor of Schiphol. Man. Right, let's look and listen. Let's get loud, baby. Okay, I suppose that was too much to ask, to also ask for a loud landing. Normally the A380 always delivers. Not today. Although I for one certainly didn't expect to see it today. Now, as if that isn't enough, there's also a control passing overhead, but we're going to forgo that. I think it's a twin jet, but it is directly overhead. Let's have a look. That's the fourth queen of today's show in the background now, coming this way, arriving from Miami, Florida. Number 10 on flight radar, the Kühne & Nagel 7478, arriving from Miami, Florida. 8 hours and 14 minutes underway. A year-old airplane, first flight October 2022. And according to Wolfgang, this was the second to last ever built, or at least to date. You never know what's going to happen in the future. Hint, hint. If you're listening, Boeing. Qatar 777 arriving from Doha, turning in. Sandwiched in between the heavies is a KLM 737 arriving from Bilbao. Now, wish we could see airplanes like this all stream, each stream. It's a pity that they are such a rarity these days. Let's look and listen. Please get loud. Finally, finally some reversers. This one definitely was the best so far. Breath of fresh quadruple exhaust air, Jane says. Absolutely. That's a poetic description for what we just... And there's a Chinese triple passing overhead. Outbound. That is China Southern Cargo. And the contrail of the airplane that just passed overhead. From what I can gather of the pixels, it looks like it was a Dreamliner. Now we have a little 737 sandwiched in between the heavies, arriving from Bilbao, and then it is a 777-300 Errr from Qatar, arriving from Doha. Look at the landing here. Right, A380 and the Kühne & Nagel with the 737 737 in the foreground.
So tiny after the others too.
Yeah. Well, there's another tiny airplane coming in a few airplanes, which I think we can stick around for, and the stream with a CRJ. We have Ryanair following this 777. They often use their reversers, so that might get loud, even though it is just a Ryanair 737. And then a CRJ to save the day, arriving from Frankfurt. Hooray, hooray. Right, Qatar Airways in a special livery, the One World livery, 777-300 6 hours and 5 minutes on the way, the A7 BAB, 16 years old. Right, One World. Hey, Errr is back. Is the A380 already in? Yeah, mate, you're too late. And what's worse, it got followed by the 7478. That was thumbnail material there. We saw the A380 and behind it the 7478 Kühne and Nagel. Back to back. Now also good visibility of this contrail that is flying northeast of me, flying to the northwest. It is a twin jet. Let's see if we can get it a little bit closer by. Looks like a Dreamliner. So that is all I can make out. Could also be a 777, but I think it is a Dreamliner.
I've been wondering what are the ideal circumstances to see contrails?
Well, you need clear blue skies, obviously, and the air mustn't be too dry. I think if the humidity is too low, then the moisture is absorbed in the sky without forming condensation. But I'm no meteorologist, so right, that was Ryanair, the penultimate airplane of the day. Gillard also back in the chat and says Air India 777 Delhi to Heathrow. So it was a 777 after all. Air India. Huh, but going to Heathrow? You sure, mate? It is flying to the north. Heathrow is the other way. This is flying to Scotland. Heathrow is over there. This is diverting to Glasgow. Air India 787 Delhi to Heathrow, yeah, but nah. American Airlines 161 Athens to Chicago, that makes more sense. Athens to Chicago, American, okay. So it was a Dreamliner, right? So it was a Dreamliner after all. Anyway, last airplane of the day. It is a Lufthansa CRJ900 arriving from Frankfurt, flight 992, CRJ900 long range, 17 Jahre alt, hails from August 2006. 47 Minuten unterwegs. And also a PayPal notification. Evan also supporting via PayPal. Evan, thank you so much, mate. I did receive notification of your PayPal donation. Thank you so much, my friend. Now, last airplane of the day. Looking solid so far. Yeah. Little wheelie even. That's just boasting. Awesome. Right, well, in the meantime, things are opening up here. Just a bit of cloudiness still in the east, but the majority of the sky now looks blue. So time to enjoy the sunshine over here. I'm going to wrap up the stream. I'm not sure if I'm going to be out tomorrow. Probably not, because I think that we are going to get rain starting in the morning and probably throughout the entire day. So I hope Saturday is going to give a better chance of going out again. Thank you all so much for joining me here. I hope you guys had fun. I know I have. Also a big thank you to Lisa for saying hi in the chat and showing up. Quite pleasant unexpected surprise over here. Big thank you to everybody for watching. If you like what you saw and you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread this content to more aviation fans, maybe in Belgium as well, who don't know the stream yet but might like it. Also a big thank you to everyone for the support, the super stickers, the super chats, the gifted memberships, becoming a member yourself, the merch store purchases and the PayPal donations, not to forget. Thank you all so much. Also, moderators, once again, big thank you to you for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. Hope to see you in the next one. And I am going to say bye for now, be safe, speak soon.